Doing a little, getting the smoker going. Still needs a little more time. All right. Today's stream is about, sometimes the stars align to do stuff, and sometimes the stars don't align. And sometimes you have a hard time seeing any stars at all, right? Sometimes things are easier, more together. Sometimes they are less. And today's stream is about producer wanted steak with chimichurri and potatoes, something green like asparagus. And it's that time of year, but unfortunately, ribeye and New York strip wasn't on sale, and I didn't have any more in the freezer. It's the asparagus time of year, and for whatever reason, they got these big fucking honking asparagus at the store. And yeah, so today's stream is about taking things that aren't exactly what you wanted, but making them into the idea of what you wanted. Yeah, so like from Winco, we got these petite sirloin steaks. So they aren't New York strip, right? They're pretty lean, and they were cut all which way at the store. So the main thing I was looking for with these steaks is trying to look for that intramuscular sort of marbling. And, these grains are going every which way. And so trying to get ones that are predominantly against the grain, like a steak, right? We don't want any long grain stuff. So we've got mostly, facing the right way. We've got a couple bits that aren't exactly. But this was half the price of the New York strip and under half the price of the ribeye, right? And we can eat steak and have steak to eat for a couple days, as opposed to spending all this money on just enough steak to eat for tonight. When I could do that when it's on sale and buy more and freeze it and then just have those for when it is. But that didn't end up happening, so here we are, right? Yeah. And we're gonna make some marionberry muffins. Made some of those. Well, I think I made them on stream, or if not, they shouldn't be too hard. But we're gonna start off with this marinade, and we're getting the smoker going, and then we want this to marinate pretty rough and fast. So I'm gonna grab some Worcestershire, and we're gonna use some regular soy sauce. I've got dark soy sauce. We're gonna hold off on that. And Worcestershire's already got the fish component, and I think we'll just do some black pepper and garlic. And it's pretty simple, right? I knew we would be using a lot of garlic today, so I already set producer on it. She is garlicking away. Thank you. I'm just gonna add a lot of Worcestershire. About 50-50 Worcestershire and soy sauce. And freebooting some music from the Emmett Cohen Trio. Oh, another alt tab. Bom, bom. Back to the music. All right. And you know what I can use? I'll use just a little bit of. I've got some of this onion koji, which will help with a little bit of enzyme action. Just use a little spoon. Might I have some? Do you have any?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I was kind of
It's okay.
fucked on.
Can I just have the smaller of the ones and I'll just peel that for right now? Thank you. Okay, I think we're at about enough for our marinade here. I gotta clean up a couple of these like nicks and stuff. So I'd rather not have. Decent amount. There's gonna be chimichurri too, you know. Plenty of occasions for garlic to be incorporated. Hey, thank you for the follow. Oh, and subscription. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you much. You know, no, we don't need any. Much appreciated. Cool. Thanks for being here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Today's stream might be a little more straightforward. Sometimes we go pretty out of left field, but this one should be pretty understandable. Hey, what's up? Used to do cooking streams several years ago. Sorry, I got spammed by the innovator thing. Sorry. Well, my hands are full. Yeah, clanker, exactly. Producer, kill the clanker. This should be good. Used to do cooking streams several years ago. Lots of hard work. Yeah. Thank you, producer. I'll make you a lovely steak. I gotta go check my chimney. Yeah, I'm having a pretty good day. Gonna make steak and chimichurri. It's gotta be a good day. Okay, that's good. Here, I gotta take my ashes out of here. ashes. All right. Hopefully I'm coming through all right. I think I am. Okay. First chimney's ready. Get a second one going. All right. Okay. Oh, whoops. Jeez, I'm really screwing this up, aren't I? All the extra little tidbits you always forget about, right? That's right. Okay. All right. Thank you for your patience. Just fucking around with my offset. And tomorrow there's not going to be any D&D. Instead, we are going to a tiki bar and then having a movie night. So that should be fun. I'm gonna let this sit and marinate for a good hour, hour and a half. That was soy sauce, Worcestershire, garlic, and some onion koji I made. So you take koji and you mix it like 50-50 with blended onion and then like a bunch of salt. And it comes out like this uber like tasty. It's good for marinating stuff really quickly too. is a trick I learned. I went to this fermentation festival, and I've made some koji before. So this is inoculated rice grain that they use to make soy sauce or miso, and then 50-50 blended with onion, and then some salt. Yeah. It's really good for when you don't know what you want to do. Sorry, it's kind of shoved back in here. I've got some Peruvian pepper paste sitting on top of it normally. Okay. And I was just gonna use some of these guys for out there. And everything is basically gonna cook out there except for the muffins, right? And the chimichurri, which is not gonna cook. Get one for potatoes and one for asparagus. I missed using the smoker, so. Now that things are looking nice, got the lawn mowed. We've got our starts coming along. You know, I'm gonna make let's make a Manhattan. I've got some rye here. Originally, it was made with rye. And then I think it is Engo and orange bitters, if I am not mistaken. I don't ever use these orange bitters ever since I really got some Grand Marnier, but the drink does call for orange bitters. Oh, man, my knee's kind of messed up. It was nice finding your channel here. I'm going to sleep now. Have a great stream. Thanks for checking us out. If you want to see more streams, we're also double streaming to YouTube. So there's more of these just out there. It's by the same name, Life of a Dyspeptic. And there's a ton of stuff. We make crazy foods, like tons of wild stuff. Last week we were making foods from the Seychelles, which are some islands off of Africa. We've made Ecuadorian food, encebollado, Brazilian food, you know, just all everywhere. Singaporean food. Sia knows that. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. You're welcome to go to sleep. Do what you gotta do. Ah. Okay. Take care. I'm gonna go in with a little Rittenhouse rye. I think it's here. Make sure I'm not overestimating or underestimating. It's been a while since I made a Manhattan. I'm always making like crazy drinks, so but it's good to return to center. Yeah, 2 ounces. Okay, cool. 2 ounce, 1 ounce. That's what I thought. Here, sorry, framing. A dash of orange and 2 dashes of mango. Yeah, way to get it everywhere. And saline solution. Cannot forget a little bit of saline. Cool. And that is our second chimney going up outside, making everything look all smoky. Was not doing this on my cocktail cutting board because I'm dumb. Whoops. Just too excited. The dilution is part of it. Outside to get kind of frosty. And then I have 1 lemon, and all of the juice will be used today for the asparagus with some more acid besides. I can take a twist, or I can try to anyway. Come on. Come on, you motherfucker. ¿Por qué no? I wish I could like sharpen this or something. Oh my god. Just grab. It is kind of an old lemon. Okay, this is embarrassing. I'm embarrassing myself. Try again. Another try. This is about the saddest. Oh, producer, you want to grab the camera? Okay, great. This is about the saddest thing that's ever been. Never mind. That's not going to work. But now I have the oils all over my hands. And I'll go like that. And there you go. Manhattan. Sounds about right. All right. The salt does help. Okay. Let's do potatoes. Since those should bake the longest. Or cook, rather. And I've got some thyme, rosemary, marjoram, oregano, and lemon balm from my yard, which we will be using all of in some way, shape, or form during today's thing. Let me just give these a quick brush with the steel wool. Just a light scrub. I think we'll just kind of wedge these up. Kind of like that size. I'm just looking for any nicks or funky spots. Do a couple, 3 more potatoes. Just trying to get, a good amount. We're gonna add some onion and garlic to this. I've also got some bacon. I think that'd be good. And then we'll move in with our herbs and all that stuff. obviously bad spots. Let's just get those off of there. Looks kind of funky too. Eek. No, thank you. This one doesn't look too happy. There's some good potato in there for sure. Funky bits. Getting frugal over these potatoes. I don't want to get another one out and wash. God forbid. Right. This is definitely enough potatoes. Some of these larger ones. That's good though. We'll just do up a whole onion with this as well. And we're roasting it, so I like the onions to kind of be a character. We'll leave them kind of longer, so that way they keep their shape a little more. Mountain of garlic here. Letting this guy. Get that guy out of there. Oh, chimney looks like it's done. Should go check on that. Pizza stone out here. Making some pizza. As a matter of fact, I might just take that off. Before things start getting too hot. Yeah, it's fine. We'll actually put it on this table we care a little less about. Semolina flour. Alright, that's looking pretty well good. Just want this to, these are rounds. They're not split, so I want to make sure, this one's a big one that I added. I want to make sure it ignites a little more fully before I close it up, otherwise it might stall out. Lots of times you can take a smaller piece next to it and make like this air funnel, and then it starts to get a lot of, you know, directional airflow that encourages that igniting. All right. I think we're pretty decently situated. Okay. Ta-da. Thank you, Emmett Cohen. I'm sure that guy was really nice. Okay. Cool. And we want our smoke to be going up like that. Kind of more of a light blue than like a billowing. If it's like billowing and it's coming down, then that means we're starting to like hit lower levels of burning temperature, which means you reach there's chemicals that create like off flavors that aren't as good. And it, it could be things like creosote, stuff that's a little funky, gives it like a kind of taste. But if it's going up and if it's like lighter or thinner, then that's what we want. That's part of the reason why the chimneys, you burn them until there's none of that billowing smoke, and it's still burning, right? But it doesn't have this like voluminous kind of quality to it anymore, because that's all burning at low temp. Develops creosote, off flavors, and such. I have the Franklin barbecue book, but I have not read it yet. I think that's something I should really just dig into. I got a couple books. I got cookbooks anyway. Flavorama and that Franklin cookbook that are a little more sciencey and have a little bit more like kind of methodology. Would be good to go through them. Maybe on a vacation. Take it with you camping, something like that. Okay. You don't need this sack of potatoes anymore. I'll do up these herbs next. I think the thyme and rosemary thing is really good for potato stuff. I am picking this from my yard, so there's a couple rounds of vetting in terms of washing and inspecting, those sorts of things. Yeah, we'll go pretty heavy on the rosemary, that's fine by me. And then I got a couple sprigs of majoram, and a couple of just some fresh oregano. Keep the flowers too. They're tasty. Don't want seeds though. That's fine. And that's a pretty fat whack of rosemary there. We'll call that. Then we'll go through the rest of this after. Making sure we don't have... Sometimes these fuzzier herbs want to hold on to more detritus, more just kind of extra stuff. So you gotta look underneath and make sure it's not dirty, you know, even after you washed it and looked at it. Okay. So this is our oregano and marjoram. Just to add a little bit more herbal stuff. It smells really good. I might actually be persuaded to go grab some more of this for our chimichurri. Because I don't have any parsley for the chimichurri. We're doing cilantro and green onion because it's about things you like. And I'm not the biggest fan of parsley. I think parsley's pretty weak, if I'm going to be honest. I'll add it if it makes sense, but if it's not readily available or doesn't make a lot of sense, then it just doesn't. It doesn't make it into it, and that's fine. I'd rather add like basil or mint or, you know, one of a bunch of things. Green onion? Yeah, yeah, yeah. In chimichurri. It's a little unorthodox, but I like it. Green onion and cilantro in a chimichurri is fucking dynamite. I got my, I add a little bit of fish sauce as well. And it gives it really like, makes you, as soon as you taste it, it makes you want to taste it again. You know what I mean? Because that's what all those like green herbal like sauces are about. It's just like fresh herbaceous notes that you like. Not gonna lie, I have faith because it's onion, but man, no garlic. Oh, garlic's gonna get in there. Yeah, I'm just talking about the greens, right? Because it is a green sauce. It's an herbal green. There will be garlic in it and pepper as well. Yeah. Thank you for the follow. I dig the standing of garlic. Very fun. Yeah, we got a bunch of garlic right here. We're gonna use all that. And the other garlic we put in everything earlier, so. But for real, garlic these nuts, yeah. Kentucky's balls up your ass, you know? I get it. A ball. This is the perfect music for D's nuts jokes. Sorry, this is kind of stringy. I've probably been overpicking my time. But I'm not trying to add a bunch of sticks in here, but if it's right, this is that time of year where all this is like new growth. And if it's just like pulling away, I think it'll melt into nothing. You know what I mean? Right, this is woody. Right, I can pull on this pretty hard, but there's parts towards the end here where it changes color. Here. Right, it like changes color. This is like more white green, and this is more like purple. So I can pull on this really hard, and it doesn't want to come apart. Whereas this is just, you know, it's new growth, right? Oh, our camera looks slightly angled. That's fine. Do you have a bit of time on your hands? I suppose I do. And the smoke's still going up. I'll double check on the fire here. Anyways, good to go. But look up green garlic. It's dope. Green garlic. Aw. I will have to check out green garlic. I have a deal of black garlic. Check this out. Did you know you can go to a Korean food store, at least the Korean food store I went to, and you can just get a giant tub of black garlic? This stuff is awesome. This was like 18 bucks for what, a pound and a half. You make your own black garlic? Wow, that's got a, sorry, camera. It does that every 45 minutes or so. Normally, when we're over there, we try to press the button. You make your own black garlic? How do you do that? In like a rice cooker or something? It takes a while, doesn't it? Do you have the little cooking apparatus specifically for black garlic? Yeah. It's like a couple weeks, isn't it? Like 3 weeks? Because you're doing the Maillard, but like super hella slow. Yeah, hella long time. That and maple, as I have a few maple trees. Whoa, that's very cool. Very, very cool. We love the make it, do it yourself, live off the land kind of thing. It's kind of hard to tell, but I got 3 raised beds back there. And we are, both take, fucking long time though. Yeah, yeah. I'm all about it though. We're doing all our own starts. I'm trying to grow chihuahuas this year so I can dry them out. It's a type of chili they use in Oaxaca to make mole. Yeah. A lot of those things where it's like the only way you can make it, or the only way you can get it is if you make it, right? Like I can't even find these peppers online, really, in any reliable way. But I can find the seeds. Seeds are not that hard to come by. You know, if you know where to look, do a little bit of research. And so, yeah, gotta grow and dry my own peppers. Just gonna have a nice herbal bouquet. Double check on this fire, just real quick. to turn on its side. I always wants to just like, you know what? That's fine too. Also, what's in the smoker? There's nothing in the smoker right now. I do live by a lot of Mexicans, so I'm covered on peppers. Well, we grow like Peruvian peppers, Mexican peppers. We're gonna be doing up some steaks here. The potatoes are gonna go on, and I'm also gonna do some asparagus as well. And then I'm making chimichurri in here, and also some marionberry muffins. So that'll be the dessert. Shum, 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 shum. Where the hell? Add some of the rub to it. I don't see it around here. Did I use all of that? I don't think so. Producer, did I use all of the rub when I did the pork chop? I don't think so. It's got to be in here somewhere. Not sure where that wandered off to. Must be a rich man or a forager to get a marionberry. I live in the Pacific Northwest. They grow around here, and we did some U-pick stuff, and we forgot that we had a deal of them that are frozen. So, yeah. Pretty good stuff. Well, I think producer... What?
You might have used it all, because I don't remember seeing it when I reorganized.
Okay. I am in the Midwest, so no marionberry for me. Oh. Gets too cold over the winter. That's fine. I'll just add some smoked paprika. And black pepper. And then we're going to add bacon. Don't be too sad. I get service berries. What are service berries? I feel like I've heard about those before. I'm also just going to take a stick of butter and Juneberry, Scatoonberry. Ooh, I've heard of those. Okay, hell yeah. I have yet to have those. Berry trade in the future. Yeah. Hell yeah. Come to the Pacific Northwest. We're pretty rich in berries. I'll say that. Bacon. That's what I was going to do. Green onions, but garlic. That sounds awesome. I'm just gonna take a big handful. This ends in bits bacon. Oh, it's becoming more than a handful. Okay, that much. Uh-oh. It's okay. Melted. Don't know why I tried to heat it up forever. That's my fault. Okay, we're just gonna add hella fat to this. I'd use olive oil, but we're almost out of it, and we need it for the chimichurri. And this is a bunch of potatoes, so I can take a decent amount of fat. Last thing we need is some acid. I'm feeling we're going to use most of this tonight as well. Red wine vinegar. And then we're just going to mix it all with our hands. My eyes are always bigger than my bowls. Fucking. Everything is always filled to bursting. Okay. Okay. Time to double check on the fire. And then this is gonna just go and go. Hope I didn't just burn my hair there. Shit. Oh no. No. Alright. I think it's fine. I got enough hair to go around. I'm gonna go look in the mirror though. I just burned off part of my hair. little bit on the front. See how it's like kind of wavy?
Yeah.
Because I like grabbed and there was like hair on my hand.
Oh, I can kind of see. It's like, I think it's like this bit.
Yeah. Very, very front. Just a little bit of the very front. That's fine.
You can't even tell.
You can't tell. It just looks like I got extra frizzy hair. Just in that very... Okay. Whatever. I needed the fire to go. And I'm not going bald, so I don't give a shit. Hell yeah. Burn your hair. Sacrifice it for the harvest. All right. Bacon back in the refrigerator. Crazy. Careful. If you don't have hair to spare, be careful. Just glad I didn't like burn my eyebrows or something. That would be bad. I hear they're close to legalizing distilling alcohol, and I would stream that if it was legal. I've never done it before, but it is something I would get into. Also, I was being an idiot and exploding butter and things, so I'm just gonna quickly wash this microwave guy. Just so as not to leave messes everywhere. You know. Boy Scouts and all that. Alright. Most of that butter problem should have been resolved. I'll wash this as well, this knife, since we did some bacon stuff with it. Just like to segregate the things that I cut, you know. Not trying to make dessert things on a thing where I cut a bunch of onions, not trying to cut raw meat on things and then, you know, cut a bunch of vegetables. Trying to keep things somewhat safe. I think I'm about ready for another thing, another drink. Let's make a sour. Let's do that. I do have a fair amount of lemon, or limes, rather. Get a juicer. Is this worth anything? Alright, starting with more of this rye. And I've got some Demerara simple syrup here. Hell yeah. Let's get our shaker. The only one using the shaker tonight, so recycling ice is nice. Let's grab another rock here. Two ounces of rye. This is an ounce of lime. I'd like a little more than an ounce. Closer to an ounce and a half. We're gonna go with let's do 3/4. Simple. Demerara simple. Makes everything muddier, but I do appreciate the flavor that it contributes. Ultimately, I'm here to drink my drinks, not just stare at them. I got enough shit to look at. Add some saline solution. We'll do that another time. Give you Ango. It's fine. Sometimes you knock it to the other side. It's to reseal. And I didn't do it with egg white. That's fine. We're just doing it kind of quick and dirty. No big deal. I won't tell if you don't. Just makes it a lot frothier. But I don't have anything that I actively want to use egg yolks for. Yeah, I don't. Pretty good. I think I will go with what I was going to do before, which is to use, I've got some homemade sour apple liqueur, and we're just going to reshape this with a little bit of that, because it is actually a little bit tartar than I would have liked. Whoop. So let's go in with, because I think I was using my ratios for when I make like a, I'll do like a 2-1, 1.5. It's more my like last word kind of ratios. Should normally include something a little semi-sweet. I'll do like 2 ounces of a base, 1 ounce of something that is somewhat sweet, and then the one part that would be the straight up sweet thing is like dialed back, and the one part that's the sour thing is dialed forward. Okay, so this is more of an appletini. Yeah, perfect. Hell yeah. Delicious. Amazing. Wonderful. Make yourself some homemade sour apple liqueur sometime. Okay. We've got our asparagus, which unfortunately is a little big. So we're going to try and do our best to ameliorate that. I guess we are more than halfway through April. It's hard to remember how fast things are going. Let's just take a big cut off the... Yeah. If we're like down here, this stuff is starting to get a bit more textural. Just take a whack off the bottom of these. Yeah. Cool. Hell yeah. And we'll do some in the thing, and then I'll take part of it out and like kind of get a little bit more char on it. I like my asparagus with a little bit of char. But this is a lot easier. You know, you want to keep them perpendicular to the grates and all that. Yummy. Okay. This one is going to be lemon. Our mangled lemon. We tried to take a twist off of. Not seeing any seeds, so we're just gonna go. You know what? Actually, I was gonna do this in like a measuring cup. Lemon. We only have this much olive oil, and we need to save it up for our chimichurri because it's gonna need a fair amount. I'm gonna go with just a tad. Great, I tossed that ramekin in here like a fucking idiot. Grab another half stick of butter. Bit. Also got some home fermented mustard. I'm going to use some of that. Black pepper. Oh, dumb. Not even paying attention to what I said I was going to do. Mustard. Ooh, we're getting to the bottom of this. Little goes a long way. Great. Again, just after cleaning. Hell yeah. Well, it didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, we've had a fun time learning these patent compositions and arrangements. That last one is by Benny Golson. Pretty fresh arrangement.
All right.
Fresh take.
Sorry. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We reboot some music from the Emmett Cohen Trio. But it's really nice. I like listening to it while I cook. Hope you guys enjoy it. Okay. So black pepper, mustard. I'm gonna start going in with the garlic now. Heavy on the garlic. Oh, camera. Producer, would you like to get the camera? Sorry. I'd get it more often, but my hands are always covered in stuff. Thank you much. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Sorry, the camera does that. And I like the lemon. I'd like to add another lemon, but I don't have another lemon. And so I'm going to add a mixture of some of this Costco balsamic, which is actually pretty sweet. So this is going to provide a lot of our sugar. And the rest can be this red wine vinegar. I'm so used to using really shitty balsamic vinegar that is halfway between red wine vinegar and like not shitty balsamic vinegar. So lots of times I just kind of 50-50 mix it. And I think I'm just going to add, you know what, no, we don't need, no, it's fine. It's all good. I think this is good. And this is unsalted. I don't think I added any salt. So I'm going to add some salt now. The butter, anyway, is unsalted. Just make sure you don't forget that part. Again, we're just going to use our hands. Smells great. I will say. So we'll do some in here, and then we'll do it part-time, you know, directly on the grill. Get some some more char on it. Probably like right near the end. And then to get back into these juices that are going to kind of sit. I think it's a good idea. So we'll see. I'm going to toss it on the back end so it just kind of sits at low temp for a bit here. Too many rounds. I need a split. Or these smaller guys. These smaller guys do a good job. They just go up in flames. Just needed to be a little less, you know, lethargic. If I could help it. This is all cherry wood, by the way. Okay, cool. Cool. My burnt fucking hair. Hell yeah. Normally, I'm not down for the singing parts because they feel really interrupting. But I like how chill this dude is singing. I think he's doing a pretty good job. This is really good. I forgot how great these appletinis are. Maybe we'll just do appletinis, man. I fucks with some appletinis. Do we have any Applejack? That's what makes it an appletini. I was like, isn't it not an appletini though? Normally I do appletinis with Applejack, but this is pretty good too. I gotta say that Applejack with the apple liqueur and the lime and the demerara is like, ugh, so good. Whew. Very good. Okay. And we are coming up on an hour and a half in this marinade, which means it is probably, you know, as marinade can marinade. At least this kind of marinade. Anyway, an hour and a half is not a lot in other circumstances. But that's not what today's stream is about. It's about making do with what you have and when you have it. All right. So the only other things we have are chimichurri and muffins. I will say muffins taste better when they're hot, and the chimichurri tastes better when it's sat for a little while. So I would be inclined to think chimichurri would be next up. And I normally add a pepper. Here's a good pepper. And there's another pepper for a backup in case. I'm going to do, how about a Coke? And I'm going to add a little bit of rum. And there's these tiki bitters. A bit of Appleton. And these are, I can never pronounce it. Ulamacule? Ulamacule. Ulamacule. Yeah, tiki bitters. So I like these a lot because they're like Angostura bitters, but Angostura is more focused on like baking spices. And I feel like this is much more oriented towards like cola sorts of flavors. You know what I mean? Like cola nut. Like that's where the word cola comes from. It comes from a nut, from like a fucking tree. Which has a specific flavor to it. And I think it pairs really well with some Coca-Cola and rum. And it just tastes awesome. All right, I'm gonna let's use a paper towel just to get all this shit cleaned up. Cool. We're gonna make chimichurri, which I normally do in a big, tall deli container, which I do not see. So we're gonna instead make it in a wide mouth quart jar. There we go. Works for me. Or even better, since I always make everything way too big, just make it in one of these. And then if it fits in a quart jar, we'll not do anything about it. So chimichurri is like the quintessential of the herbaceous green sauces. And the idea is you just take the herbs you like and leave the ones you don't. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, so this is going to be kind of unorthodox to your regular chimichurri recipe, but I promise it tastes better. If you don't have the soap gene, you'll like this a lot more. If you have the soap gene, I can't promise anything. Just double checking everything. Make sure I'm not missing anything. That's about the fineness I'm looking for. And my other favorite readily available green herb at the store is green onion. So that will make up the vast majority of the other half. If I had extra parsley, I would use some of that. But I'm not going to make it all parsley because I just don't really care for parsley that much. If I had some fresh basil, I would definitely be out there grabbing some of that. You know. Even a little bit of mint. Pretty good. Oh, that's right. I was thinking of adding some, maybe some fresh marjoram or oregano. I might do that. Just to add a wider bouquet of, you know, herbaceous stuff. Oh, this one. Yoink. Cut these in there. we're basically going to use the rest of this olive oil in this thing. It might not even be enough. But that's what we need. Every olive in this kitchen mobilized. And like I said, I'm used to using shitty balsamic vinegar, which is like halfway between red wine vinegar and actual balsamic vinegar. So I'm going to use some actual balsamic. Or actual balsamic. One that's made more from grape must instead of having grape must added. Right, if you look at the ingredients, it is organic cooked grape must. Oh, and it's organic wine vinegar. So this is also fucked up. Okay, great. I don't know anything that I'm talking about. Never mind. It's made from wine vinegar and grape must is added. Maybe they just add better grape must. I'm dumb. Oh, there's that. Okay. And we're going to add some salt. And then, looks like it's time to grab another stream to freeboot off of. Thank you, Emmett Cohen Trio. It's very good music. If you guys ever want to listen to the Emmett Cohen Trio, they're very good. Ooh, this guy's a vibraphone player. Hell yeah. Let's get some vibraphone. God, I love the vibraphone. Who doesn't love the vibraphone, huh? Raise your hands. Which among you? All right. I'm going to do a little bit of garlic here. That's too much garlic. Okay, I think that's a little more fair. You can make it too zippy, you really can. But I like it pretty zippy. Oop. I'm gonna go check on our fire and our veggies out there. And then we are very close to adding our steaks. Which are gonna go on the front end because there's like a gradient of heat from the firebox to the chimney, right? So that's why we can add our steaks later than our veggies. Hell yeah, 350. That's a good temp. Let's try and get it right. The straighter this is, the higher we can get the temp to go over here. So when it's hot, we want it straight up if we want the heat to go up even more. Oh yeah. We got a nice little. Yeah, hell yeah. This is a good fire. These little sticks, man. They're really good. And this is looking very nice. Okay, cool. All right. Hell yeah. All right, and there's another Banivator for viewers. Producer, would you like to dispatch the clanker? Okay. Okay, sure. Sorry, it just populates the part of the screen that I can see. Thank you. Much appreciated. All right, we can use just this pepper. That should be fine. You know what? I'm actually gonna do some tong justice outside. Maybe a little bit more shuffling now that I'm thinking about what it looks like. Oh, the temp did go way up. Okay, cool. That's actually good. But now I don't feel so obliged to move anything. Cool. Trying to make sure it's burning clean. We did just add a piece of wood, right? I'm sure I have so much to learn. I'm just fucking up right now. But it'll taste good. Maybe not incredible. But you know, we're trying. Okay. We have almost all of our stuff. This is something that I like to add to my chimichurri, just a little bit of fish sauce. You can taste the fish sauce, you've gone too far. But if you add just that much. Just a little bit. Right? It gives it this like really unctuous quality. It's addictive quality. Hell yeah. Now this is something you want to put on a fucking steak. Just upping the vinegar and a little bit of the sweetness. Producer, would you like to try? Great. Perfect.
That's good.
Can you like it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you want a nut? Yeah. Ooh, it's good. I want another bite. That's the whole idea of the chimichurri. It's pretty good. All right. So let this sit for, however long we need to let it sit for. And it's going to be awesome. I promise. So there's the steak and the muffins. All right, I've been cooking for a couple hours now, and I think I'll take a 10 or 15 minute break. We'll come back, we'll put the steaks on, and we'll get the muffins going. Hell yeah. All right, I'll be back in a tad. See you. welcome back, everybody. Sorry. So I did a more firmer check on those potatoes outside, and they need a little bit more time than anticipated. But the fire is going strong and clean. And so I was thinking the muffins cook for about 30 minutes. So whenever I put the muffins in, I'll put the steaks out on there. And the steaks will take if that amount of time. And, you know, things should all end around the same time, you know? More time to marinate is not a bad thing. Let me just do another turn of all of our steaks. Make sure every side is well covered. Again, the idea of this is, you know, it's one of those times, right? You want to have a steak, but the steak you want isn't on sale, and you don't have any of the steaks you want in your freezer. So how would you take a you know, rock star steak and make it something that you're looking forward to eating? It's kind of the idea. They're going to taste really good, I promise. Anyways, I think we're going to do this muffin thing. So we need a dry mix and a wet mix, if I recall correctly. Let's use these. You always mix dry into wet. So we'll make our dry in here and our wet here. And we'll get this shit going. And then you gotta let it sit for a little bit because of the way it works. And then yeah. Let me see this. I think I had some screenshots of how to do one of these things. Okay, cool.
Thank you all so much for tuning in. Welcome to Emmett's Place 69. We are so fortunate to have some wonderful times over the half tunes that get us to celebrate someone's eating a bit left. That's Mr.
This is the talking part.
Appreciate it.
All right. Back to music time. Okay. Let's mix together some dry. You know what? I'm actually going to use a different one because later I'm going to have to use this dry mix container for our crumb topping. And it will be a lot easier in a different shaped bowl. At least from what I understand to be a crumb topping. I watched a couple videos on it earlier. And people that know how to make a crumb topping, I'll let you know that. They really don't. They say to melt all the butter and mix it into like a weird batter and then like use your fingers over this. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about with that. Okay, we want melted butter. Dude, that is the theme of tonight. It's just fucking melted butter. So 115 grams, which I think is a whole stick. 113 grams. Sure. I swear, we normally use more olive oil and less butter, but we didn't make it to Costco. And we're out of olive oil. We want a cup of sugar. I've got a big 50-pound bag of sugar down here. We've been working our way through. We are much closer to the bottom than we were before. This is all that's left. Okay. If not melted, will be melted soon. I'm tired of exploding butter in my microwave. At least for tonight. There's a cup of sugar. Could you use coconut oil? You can use coconut oil. Actually, I think I used coconut oil the last time I made this. I swear I made this before. You can use coconut oil. This is true. Because we're gonna need some more butter for the crumb topping. So okay, whisk together the melted butter and the sugar, and then add the eggs, and also whisk together for a while. How many eggs? I do everything out of order, which is great. Super awesome for a recipe. Just do fucking everything out of order. Alright. Oh, here. Let's not crack them quite yet. And then it says to whisk this for like a couple minutes until it's pale. Looks pretty pale to me. But who the fuck am I to say? Does that look pale, or does it need to be a paler pale? I guess it's paler. What does this do? Who the fuck knows? It just gives you a forearm workout. Hell yeah. Great. Add milk mixture, vanilla extract, sour cream, and oil. I think milk mixture. There is a cup of buttermilk and a 1/4 cup of sour cream. If I recall correctly, I did mostly just Greek yogurt and then filled the rest up with milk. So we'll do that. Let's do that one instead. I'm literally just gonna go in. This is a better part of a cup. And there's this extra yogurt stuff. We'll call that cup and a 1/4 cup. And that cup is spent for sure. All right. Great. And that covers the sour cream and buttermilk portion. I think the Greek yogurt's better anyway. And then it wants vanilla extract. And neutral oil. We have like avocado oil. What is that? Don't we have it fucking somewheres? Somewheres there's an avocados oils. Here we go. There's some avocado oil. And vanilla extract. Let's find some of that. Whoa. Let's see. How much? A tablespoon. That much. Perfect. Sorry for being crude and annoying. 2 tablespoons of neutral oil. We will use avocado oil. And we want 2 tablespoons. Great. That's 2 tablespoons of neutral oil. Mix together until you're tired of mixing it together. That looks good. Smells good. I think this is our wet mix. I think so. Is there any more to the thing? In a separate bowl, mix, yeah, the dry ingredients. Great. Okay, I'm going to do something, or actually, maybe we'll mix it into the dry, and we'll try and get that in. I need to make sure to mix some seasoning into the dry before I put them together, because last time I forgot to do that, and then I had to mix all the seasoning into the crumb topping, which was not bad, but not how I would have liked it. All right, let's see. So flour, baking powder, baking soda, and salt. So that is... We're going to bust out the scale. Always weigh flour. There's no fucking reason never to weigh flour. It is... The compactness of it makes it impossible to measure with volume. It, depending on how fluffed it is completely unreliable, and it will make a vastly different product every time. 315 grams. I'm not even going to say the amount of volume. 315 grams. I'm digging this vibe music. Vibraphone is killer. Cool. 3:15:8. We have baking powder and baking soda, which are 2 teaspoons and half a teaspoon, respectively. This is half a tablespoon, which is 1.5 teaspoons. This is a 3-to-1. Okay. And I got baking soda right here. And baking powder somewhere here. Baking powder. Okay. We can do this by volume. Okay. 2 baking powder, half baking soda. Yep.
So Joe hit me up.
All right. Sorry. Let me skip through to the next song. I am really digging this music, though. The vibes are fitting the vibe. Catch my drift. It's about half. Great. And then we are going to add, what else? There's salt, I believe. How much salt? Just says pinch of salt. Great. There's our salt. In addition, we're going to add some seasoning. I'm gonna add just a little bit more than that. I feel like that wasn't enough. Let's see. What did we want to add? We wanted to add last time. What we put in the crumb topping. A little bit of cinnamon. I'm actually gonna take just a teeny amount of coriander, just a little bit. We'll add some clove. Nutmeg, but I'm gonna grate my nutmeg. I have the pre-grated nutmeg, but I also have the nutmeg around here somewhere. And I would be an idiot not to just grate it over it. It is here. The whole nutmeg. How do you buy whole nutmeg if you don't grate it with your stuff? So we're just gonna do that. I've yet to use all of one of them, so it's because they get smaller and harder to grate. You know, nutmeg is actually like a neurotoxin if consumed in too great an amount. So you can do the cinnamon challenge, but you can't do the nutmeg challenge. It's actually like really bad for you. Fix your nervous system. Ow. Well, maybe that's why I can't finish it off. Little nubbin. Okay, that's fine. Some nutmeg, and then I also wanted to add some ginger powder. I think this is going to complement. Oh, you know what? I think the last time I did this, I used lemon zest, and we had a lemon that we didn't do anything else. Yeah, it's already dead and gone. No lemon ain't happening here. We'll just have to use more marionberries. They've got a little tart kick to them. That's fine. This is originally like a blueberry recipe, so the marionberries have their own tart dealier. Okay. It may seem like a pretty robust spice bill, but it's fine. It'll make things taste really good, I promise. I'm gonna go check on the smoker. I'll be right back. Just making sure the fire's going nice and strong. Let's see. Not as strong as I would like. I'm gonna flip the potatoes around. So I think it's actually close enough to where it like gets a bit more on one side than the other, whereas the asparagus is like kind of more in the oven heat zone. Alright, should be up and going again. Just kind of wallowing for a bit there. Alright, back to this thing. Okay, and then pour the wet into the dry ingredients. Okay, that's stupid. You pour it the other way around. Toss blueberries in. Or marionberries if you're cool. And then let the batter sit for 30 minutes. Do not mix the batter. And we make a crumb topping and all that stuff. Okay. Okay, so we have got our dry mix. We've got our wet mix. And we have our marionberries. These are somewhat like affixed. Here. Sorry, let me wash my hands. I'm doing smoker stuff. Okay. So I'm gonna try to wrestle a bunch of these free. Mainly like stay in their own shape, but you gotta like really kind of pry them out. And once like a cup and a half or something, which, if I recall, was fine last time, but you could do more if you wanted, really. Especially considering we don't have the lemon. That was part of it last time.
That's Joe Ross, Kush Abadi, Yasushi Nakamura.
Let's grab a fork. Damn. So the thing is, our acid is in our wet ingredients, and our base is in our dry ingredients. So as long as we don't mix them together, we're fine. But once we start mixing them together, we're on a time limit, and we need to behave very specifically. You mix it too much, right? You're going to lose all your fizz. You're not going to get leavened. It's going to be all dense. It's fucking hardened. Whoop. This is about hit me in the face. Mining for marionberries. All right, I think that is pretty good. It's a good, like, couple cups. Just a bit more than I did the last time. Okay. pour our dry into our wet, because that's how you do that. You don't do it the other way around. That's stupid. We just want to incorporate it to where it's like homogeneous. Okay, so that's in. Add all our marionberries. Try to get it pretty well mixed or incorporated. Right? Okay. Problem is they want to like get stuck in the freaking. Fly everywhere. Get out of there. Okay. And we're going to let this sit for 30 minutes. There's that. Sorry if I'm hella annoying. My apologies. We got the crumb topping to make, which we'll make in this guy. 30 minutes. I gotta go to the bathroom again. I'll be back in about 30 seconds. School. All right. We're probably gonna go check the fire again. And I think we make another one of those rye apple guys. Cool. That's doing well. It's a good shape. Good strong triangle. Directing flow. potatoes are kind of frying in this bacon fat. Hell yeah. Maybe I should have made them smaller. Maybe it's my fault. Almost certainly. But they're looking good. They're looking more on their way. I think sometimes too, like I'm getting back into the smoker because it's, you know, the season to do smoking. And like, sometimes it takes a little remembering. Even just fire behavior is kind of hard to pin down. I probably need to read that Franklin's barbecue book. Okay, let's make another one of those apple rye guys. Or I could make, I made a thing last week that was actually really good. With some Appleton, Demerara, lime simple, or Demerara simple, lime, Appleton. I think I used some falernum and cinnamon rum. That was actually a really good one, if I recall. Where is that cinnamon rum? Well, there's the falernum. That's not what I thought it was. Cinnamon. Is it this tall guy? It is the tall guy. There we go. Okay. All right. Juicero. Did you guys ever hear about that? The Juicero? It's this like tech company trying to sell people juice in packets. But the idea is it was a subscription and they would sell you the packets of juice and they would sell you a device that was connected to Wi-Fi and it would just squeeze the bag. But you could actually squeeze the bag yourself faster than the device that you had to pay the subscription for could squeeze the bag. It was a fucking scam. But it was a funny and dumb scam. Yeah, there's a little bit of rye. That's fine. Okay. These teeny limes. Fucking teeny tiny. Little lime. Oh, this is the one that I grated nutmeg over the top of. I forgot about that. Hell yeah, this was actually really good. Okay, let me see if I can remember das ratios. Two ounces of Appleton. I'm gonna pull an ounce of our cinnamon. And then I think it was 3/4 falernum, half an ounce demerara. And then I get a full ounce and a half of lime juice. This is John Taylor's Velvet Falernum. Falernums come in many varieties. This is one such variety. It's pretty popular. It's a 10% ABV, I believe. But you can tell it's like pretty viscous. So it's like a boozy syrup. Alright. I'm gonna add some salt. Some saline solution. This is before I forget. We're going to measure out our acid. And there's our ounce and a half we're looking for. I remember what I used. I didn't use demerara. I used coconut. I know exactly what I used. I wasn't using demerara at all. I was using this stuff. It's Coco Rico. Coco Real. I'm just going to add a skosh of this. Because I remember it was coconut. And not just a hint of a whisper. That's what I was using. So forgetful. Making sure it's not like. I like to go like this. Make sure we kind of ease the ice into the glass. We can help it, right? Try not to splash as much as possible. You know, just splash slightly less than as much as possible. Mango. And then back to our endless supply of fresh nutmeg. Go into an Indian food store. You can get a bag of these for like $5. Enough to last you for a good long while. It adds more to the nose than anything. But it does add some nice stuff to the nose. See if I Did a decent job. See, I feel like I liked it, whatever I did last week, better. But this is still really good. Okay, let's make our crumb topping, which is, considering we've got about 15 minutes before it should go in the oven, which means we should bake. What was the temperature it wanted it at? 425. And then it wants you to bake at that temp for 5 minutes and then go down to 375. Whatever. Okay, we'll make our crumb topping. I'm gonna totally disregard some of the instructions, or all of the instructions, but I'll use the ingredients. It seems that these people don't know how to make crumb topping. They don't understand what a crumb is. That's fine. Alright. And more AP flour. Bob's Red Mill, or are we using King Arthur? I cannot remember. We want 60 grams. Cool. It says 2 tablespoons cornstarch. 2 teaspoons. 2 tablespoons cornstarch. I think last time I just guesstimated. That much. Ba-bam. And then brown sugar, granulated sugar. So we want how much? 52 grams light brown sugar. Yeah, this is a recipe for disaster. Hey, 53 grams. Perfect. Good job. 50 grams granulated. Just gonna grab a 1/4 cup. Snatch our bag again. These are 50 grams sugar, and then it wants us to melt butter, which is stupid and dumb. Don't do that. $90 grams. Let's see how much this is. Here. First things first. Again, kind of like with the wet, dry ingredients. We want to get this dryish mix more homogeneous. Nobody's ever made a crumb topping before. This is how you do it. Anything that says a crumb topping and people put melted butter in it, they don't. I'm pretty sure they don't know what they're talking about. You're supposed to make crumbs, not like goop, right? Every single thing I looked up for these muffins that had this fucking topping, they all melt the butter into it. It doesn't. Maybe I just learned it a different way. I swear though, like you need to make crumbs. They make like a batter out of it, and then like use their fingies. It's stupid. And there's no crumbs. Okay. So somewhat decently mixed, right? At least I hope. Okay. We want 90 grams of butter. We're going to take this just kind of room temp. It's fine. It's still kind of hard. 57. Great. Perfect. I think that's all the butter we need for the night. Only 3.5 sticks. Christ. Okay. Next, what you have to do is take a sip of your drink. Don't forget that part. It's crucial. Okay. And then what you want to do is you want to like use the fork to like, you can either, if you have it colder, you can do it with your hands. I think that's kind of like the Claire Saffit's like pea thing where you grab and stuff, but there's a way to do it with a fork that I know how to do it. Wide tongue, bigger, like serving fork is like the perfect utensil for this. And I really need to get one, and I just forget. But it's like, it is the thing. Because it's the perfect thing to make crumbs. You'll see. And it's one of those things where it looks like I'm fucking up, and it's all fucked up, and it will never work until it comes together. And then it just does. And that's how the crumb topping is. It's a very impressionistic sort of thing. It's kind of hard to explain. You gotta just like watch it. So, alright, so I've got these, and we're trying to get to that pea size almost sort of thing, right? And I'm just gonna keep mashing these. You know, you can see these bits of butter are getting smaller. And then you kind of like, you don't want them, once they're small enough to where they don't like totally stick, right? You can do the stir thing, and then the edges get covered in flour, this mixture, and also they round out from the circular motion. That's why I wanted something with more vertical walls than the other thing that I was using earlier, because you're gonna fuck it up if it's too wide. You're just gonna be pushing things around a flat thing. But if you get the circular motion, then you can make your little pebbles. And it doesn't matter how flat you do whatever to it, you know. And then we can just go back at all of the bigger parts and try to get them a little smaller, and then you just go like this. And it still doesn't even look like really all that great. I get it. But these are crumbs. I promise. A lot more than the fucking, it's all melted. You know. Here. Gonna double check on the smoker. It smells so good. Man, whoa. Smells awesome. Oh, here we are. We're in fried potato territory. This is what we want to see. Hell yeah. Wonderful coal bed. Go the other way. Man. Ah. Frustrating. I wish it was just like slightly shorter. Oh, sorry, the camera. Thank you for your patience. Sorry, the camera does that. The producer is temporarily indisposed. But yeah, you just break them into smaller bits. Roll them around the thing. The cool thing about the wide tong, like if they were like really like angular, you can get it to like fold those around in between the tongs. I'm telling you, like a wide tonged, like angular serving fork is the perfect utensil to make a crumb topping. It's so good. I just gotta get one. But I do this infrequently, so I forget that I need one. But look at that, right? These are little crumbs. You know what I mean? You can see this, right? These are, I'm sure the white balance is all kind of fucked on this. Sorry. But like, these are all crumbs. These are little crumbs of stuff. Don't let anyone try to convince you that like, fucking crumb topping is where you melt butter into flour and just mix it into a weird paste. I don't know where that comes from. Maybe I'm wrong, and I was totally taught wrong the entire time. But it's called a crumb topping because there's a bunch of little fucking crumbs. Like it's not that complicated. It's just you gotta have someone show you how to do it, right? This looks pretty semi-decent. I don't know. I could get better crumb out of it. I try to like fiddle with it and have the end of the fork like at the surface of the thing, and you could do more like turning and sorting. And you can get it little, you can work it and like, right? Look at that. Now we got more crumb. Like, it's a crumb topping. I don't know. Sorry. I'm being pedantic, I'm sure. Crumb bum. Yeah, exactly. That's me. I'm the crumb bum. You no good. You lousy crumb bum. You're a fucking crumb bum. And then, all right. So we have a dish here. We're at our 30 minutes. We're still coming up to temp on our thing. So that's fine. All right. Producer ordered these. They're like organic. Yeah, these guys. They're fine. Yeah, they don't exactly have the. That's fine. This is 3. I don't give a shit. There's a billion of them in here. I put them underneath the cone thing, so just move the cone thing off to the side and work our way through these. Oh, rhythming. A lot of Thelonious Monk in this stream. Hell yeah. Vibraphone and Thelonious Monk is actually a really good combo. It's got that kind of quirky vibe. Oh, and there we are. We're at the temp. Oh, perfect. Duh. Hell yeah. I'm a fucking genius. That's whatever. Alright. And before it was like, I used like a spoon and a fork or something. I don't know. But I gotta get all this shit into here evenly. Maybe it was like a big spoon and a spatula. Here, we're gonna use this spoon. These spoons are really actually super helpful. Yeah. These spoons are dope as hell. We're gonna use the super spoon. This thing is like perfect. It's got this like pouring spout on it. And it's like the most ergonomic thing that we own. Is really handy. There's a big spatula. All right. Let's try. Stuff out of it. Yeah, blah. Over here. You got more to give? Whatever. Fuck you. Alright. It tastes good. That's how you know it's fine. Everything's fine. All right. Just kind of keep this up. That's the thing that I really kind of hate about these wrappers is they like grab onto stuff because they got these extra like pointy top bits. It's like really hard to load them. But they look like chic something or whatever, so this is fine. You just make things like twice as hard to like assemble. But we'll see. So you just take a wad and just put it in each one of them, and then we'll even it out at the end with whatever's left. Main thing is we're not trying to mix it up after it's already right, because all the leavening whatever's going, it's doing its leavening thing. Fuck. Okay. This fucking wrapper. Thank God for this spoon. This is such a good breakdown. I never heard a breakdown of rhythming like this. It's a very rubato, like, wow. Normally it sticks to the high tempo, like, fixed form. And then we just start adding bits of wads to cups. That seem less full than other cups. These little wings on the outside are so just not. They make this like so difficult to do. Wow. These guys are so good. Okay. I think that's all we're going to get out of this batter. And I do happen to have another one of these spoons. Fom fom. Perfect. I think I totally missed this one in my bottom left here. Whatever. They don't all have to be home runs. Just trying to make muffins and with these weird ass fucking wrappers. You get what I mean though? This thing, like, these things pour so good. Like, it like almost overcomes all the like the crazy shit that it is even pouring into. It's just super good. Yeah, that one in the bottom left is a little malnourished. Maybe we'll use it for the demo. Save the rest for tomorrow. After Tiki Bar for movie night. Everybody's gonna have a muffin for movie night. Hell yeah. Okay. Oh. There is un poquito más. Okay. Muffins in. Steaks going on. Steaks should probably be done before the muffins are. Where the fuck did I put my... Yeah, here it is. Paintbrush. For marinade management.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. That's Kush Avity on the drums. Yasushi Nakamura on the bass. Joel Ross on the vibes. My name is Emmett Cohen. We want to thank Ultra Tune for sponsoring this evening. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it from Washington. A big thank you to Alan Holtz and Harry Holtz. Thank you so much, you guys, for all the support. Thank you all for watching. We're going to send you home with a brief solo number. God bless George Wein. Yeah.
beautiful. Oh, I got a bee. Oh, she thinks it's the sun. She can't find her way home to the hive. Unfortunately, that happens too often. I feel bad. What can you do? I keep bees. Try to keep them as good as they can. If it doesn't get too cold, she might make it back. We'll see. It is April. Wow. This whole stream for this thing has been just beautiful. Sorry. I'll lower it not to 375. I feel like this oven's always at like a lower temp than it advertises. A second spoon has hit the stream. This is true. I don't know why, but that guy playing the vibraphone makes me think of like the Paper Mario on the Nintendo 64, the music for that game. There's something about it that was like really, really comforting. I kind of want to go back and listen to it again. Something about it was just like so almost captivating, just comforting.
Bless George Wein. Yeah.
After the Rain by John Coltrane. Man. Got our lemon verbena here. I don't think I need to add anything to the chimichurri. I think it's going to do what it's going to do. Man. But that muffin. Yeah, kind of that Paper Mario 64, Stardew Valley kind of sound. Super chill. I'll figure that mess out later. Damn. Very beautiful.
Welcome to Emmett's Place, special number 7, presentation tonight. Miami, Florida, Mr. New Orleans.
Great. We got a trombone player, trumpet, and a clarinet player. Hell yeah. I feel like I used to plug this in. Who knows? Okay. Do they all end up on the... See if there's no... hodgepodged. I don't know how they keep ending up all like screwed up every time. Okay. There you go. Now everything fits. Perfect. Everything fits. There will be another drink tonight at some point. So we can clean things up in the meantime. Oh, is this clean? Great. No, it didn't say clean on it. Is this clean? Okay. It didn't have the clean button on it. The light. So I'll empty that out now. Hell yeah. Woo! What the fuck is this going again? Huh? What? Does it go over here? Oh, it goes like that. Okay. This one has stuff on it. Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot about those. I think it's better for like the cast iron and stuff. Producer got me some new gadgets. Since my birthday's coming up on Cinco de Mayo. She got some these stackable steak weights. pretty awesome, actually. I've been asking for those for a while. So. But just kind of with everything going on, I think those are really great for like in the pan, but I'm not sure how the nature of the grill is contact. I feel like it's helpful for things that aren't as like, you know, hell-bent on being contact dominant. If that makes any goddamn sense. I don't know. I feel like the grill's all contact. All the time. Maybe the weight would help for the grill though. I don't know. I just straight up forgot though. Alright. Working our way through. Alright, we can take another look at the grill. See what's up out there.
Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Like Emma said, I'm born and raised from
The good thing about the grill is you don't have to wash it. Well, not very often anyway. I refurbished that thing outside. That was a whole season of fucking angle grinding and removing rust and shit, high temp paint, struggle. So glad I did it though. Give the outside another look-see. Yeah. Switching these to broil. Low broil. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back in about 30 seconds. All right. I think these guys are just about done. Hell yeah. That broil was doing some work. I'll turn that off. Turns out those pokey bits on the end of the things don't like the broil so much. Oh, whoop. Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good. These guys were super white before, so this is just topical. It's fine. I swear to God. They're all like that. I think it was just a placement thing. They will be totally fine. Promise. Quadruple promise. I'm sure they taste wonderful. Add a little bit of char to these asparagus. All right. We got some steak. I swear, it's fine. Yeah. I'm so bad at being fine at everything. Okay. Try not to burn ourselves by having both gloves on. Some really good roasted potatoes. Grab our asparagus as well. Okay. Yeah, asparagus, potatoes, steak, and these muffins. I swear, they're totally fine. They look a little worse for wear. It happens. It's whatever. Okay. I'm gonna actually make up a little bit of horseradish sour cream for our potatoes. Forgot about that. This is fine. Yeah. Oh, that's not even opened. Okay, this one. And that's fine. Yeah. Okay, great. And we get this and horseradish armagnon. Alright. I get it. It looks fucking stupid. It's totally fine. They were completely blonde. They were like way more blonde than this one. And I literally walked away for 30 seconds. I blame these fucking... I hate these things that stick up. They make it look a lot worse than it is. Because they're like covered in batter. Because they're just like so awkwardly arranged. I blame anything but myself. That's the rule. Okay, so sour cream. Some sour cream. A little bit. Horseradish. This on the potatoes can be really nice. Okay. Let's grab steak here. Like kind of a little more medium than I would like. I need to like take the temp thing off so that way we can get it higher temp. So I can do that for a shorter amount of time. Tastes fucking awesome. Damn, I fucked up the... No! And then let's grab some potatoes. back to the tongs for asparagus. Chimichurri is amazing. I know that to be the truth. Okay. Yeah. And the lemon verbena, I forgot to put it on the asparagus. It's fine. Whatevs. Okay. And a marionberry muffin. Look, it folds out flat. All that pain so it can fold out flat. Isn't that cool?
It's also so you can put more in the
Sure. What producer said.
So that last song we played was 12 Zip by Ellis Marcellus.
Sorry.
He recently
Music
passed away.
stop. I gotta.
He recently passed away due to COVID complications.
There you go. Music again. All right. Potato. Sufficiently smoky and roasty. Man. Hell yeah. Damn. I love that chimichurri. It's so good. Everything's super solid. Oh, we got our molten well, look. It's not burn.
You know, you just held it out and you just see the steam.
It's not even cooking. It's not even cooked yet. No, none of them are like burn. They just look bad. Unfortunately, you don't get to taste it and you don't get to smell it, all those lovely things. They're going to taste amazing. Everyone tomorrow is going to wish they had more. This is still kind of magma, but it tastes, man. Goddamn, that tastes so good. But yeah. This isn't exactly, $40 ribeye. But hey, it all tastes really good. This gives me everything that I wanted. Sometimes that's what it's about. I'm going to eat this whole plate. Easy. Anyways, I think that's all we got for tonight. So I hope you found what you're looking for. Catch you next time. Peace.